There we go. That's much better, huh? Um, I don't know what that was. I guess my USB reassigned the microphone or something. Um, I don't think that my beard is too thin. I think it's all right. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Because I thought everything was working perfectly fine because I booted up and launched the things and it was all seemingly fine. Let's see. Apparently I have, and I didn't even think to look at OBS on whether or not it was picking up on it. So, you know, big smart on my part. Let's see. I think another thing here. Need to get the stuff to build a butcher's block up here. Silver, fine wood, core wood, and ancient wood. I need some item frames for flour. And then I need to make the called food prep table over here. And I want to put a keg up, a fermenter. Yeah, I've talked to myself plenty, so it's not, you know, the worst thing I've done. But yeah, no, I didn't even notice that it was, for whatever reason, the microphone wasn't being picked up. No. Oh, you know what? I guess we could use some cloudberries and some bookberries and some raspberries. Oh, I think it's just normal difficulty. Yeah, I think it's just normal difficulty. The couple guys I have on the server with me, one of them was new, the other one hadn't played in a long time. I hadn't played in like a year at least. So we just went with a normal difficulty. Recently, when we went to Ashland, we realized how severe the death punishment was or stat loss. So I actually went through and I disabled it because 10% was a lot, and I thought, you know what, let's enjoy ourselves. I'm not sure if there's a better punishment to put in place, but one of my friends said that he had spent a lot of time. One of my friends said he spent a lot of time training his swords, and he was at 80 skill, and then the Ashland started, and he started dying, and so he quickly realized how bad of a skill drain there is. Let's do a cooked bird like that. And a couple pieces of fish will cook. Wait, if you don't understand English, then what brought you to this channel and how did you speak all of the English? Oh, you have a translator, I'm guessing, huh? Pine wood. Let's get 1, 4, 5 things on there. We need to cook the bear meat still. cook faster. Ooh, cooked vulture. That looks like it's gonna be very big. Oh yeah, that's great. Oh, that's big great. Geez, how long does the seeker take to cook? There we go. I'll have to do something about the lighting in here. Let's see. Is it this direction? I didn't bring any bags of flour. Honestly, they made this thing look like a big piece of shrimp. Let's boop these ones. And bear meat. And a cooked fish. Alright. Let's also actually break these ones down. I want to put a shelf of ingredients here. Let's put a sausage. Put some sausage out. Cooked bug one. And then now some meat. There we go. Bunches of deer meat. Alright. And then we'll do a shelf full of ingredients. Bug jelly. Jotine puffs. Mushrooms. Raspberries. Honey. Blueberries. And gooseberries. Yeah, that looked like some of all of those. Oh, you know what? Let me change this. I might do another rack of bread. I'm gonna put all these away. Let me get the food prep and butcher's table put in, and then I'll see about making more shelves or more bread, I think. Let me also make it daytime. Okay. Let me put the foraged goods away. Alright, then let me grab everything I need to build this. I need bronze times 5 and resin. Grab some resin, cooking tables, 5 iron, and 15 leather. Oh, I I just realized I can do a bunch more shit on the walls. I need to grab resin and then silver, core wood, ancient bark. And core wood, we only need like 4 of each. Ancient bark. And 2 silver. Okay, I can do all those, and then herbs. 3 dandelion, 2 carrot. Let's do pots and pans. 5 iron, 5 copper, 5 black metal. Oops. 5 iron, 5 black metal. A mortar and pestle. I need to bring more core wood and some black marble. 4 flaw metal. Rolling pins. 8 ash wood. Perfect. And I'll need 4 more core wood, I think. Let's just bring a little extra. Oh, I guess this is the first time I realized that can't just jump out. Oh, if I do that, then I won't have metals I need. Or the ash wood anymore. Alright, let's build the crafting pieces that we need up here. Alright, so if I go right in the middle, I could put shelves on each side. Rolling pin. Let's put you on the wall right here. Cauldron improvement, so you need to be near a cauldron. Yeah, you know what? I think that's an okay spot for you anyways. You, on the other hand, probably can't reach that far. Nope. So we'll break the cauldron. And we will plop it down here so that I can hang pots and pans on the wall here, but I don't like that positioning. Let me get stuff to make a sign so that I can get it to pop off the wall a little bit. Alright, a little bit of wood. Carrying too much now, of course. And coal. Okay, oop. these on the wall. There we go. And I need to get 8 black marble for that. Where am I gonna put the mortar and pestle? Because I filled this table with stuff. I guess what I could do, make another series of shelves here. Okay, that's not going to block off the walking. I think that's fine. Oh, you know what? Let me do it like this. No, no. Just go like this. Alright, there. I think that's fine. That looks right. Yeah, I think some cooked foods over there makes sense. I think that makes sense. I think some raw ingredients over here will make sense. Put potion-y stuff over here. Oh, the fermenter. I don't have enough fine wood for that on my person. What did I... Oh, the bronze is for that. Let's dump this stuff up here in case I need it. Bum 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 bum. Three flaw metal, 15 charred bone, troll trophy, and bloodstone. Three flaw metal. Hard bones. Is that it? No, troll trophy. Alright. So I've never made any E tier food. Oh, let's see. This is jelly sap barley for 80 E tier. That one's 90 E tier. That one's 85 E tier. That one's cheap to make. It's got royal jelly and super meat. Right there, be. That one is not bad. Okay, let me drop this stuff. Doing magic is gonna be interesting. There. Charred wood gets put back, or charred bones rather. A lot of charred bones. What else can? Oh, I need to bring some flour up there. And eggs. Berries, little smokestack, smoke puff, whatever it's called. And then for the hanging thing, I need 3 dandelion, 2 carrot, 5 mushroom, 3 dandelion, 2 carrot. Actually, let's bring some extra carrots up there too. And can't eat turnips directly, but I can eat onion. Mushroom, thistle, turnip. 3 turnip? Yeah, 3 thistle, 5 mushroom. Thistle. And then we'll do potions next in there. I gotta figure out what I want to do for lighting in there. Maybe just one hanging brazier over the middle, and then regular torches near the doors. Brain part. There it is. Resin. Alright, let's hang this drying stuff. Oh, it's a cauldron. Need it near the cauldron. Okay. Let's do this, and we'll get some item frames down, and where the flower lands on. Nope, wrong thing. 7. Okay. Put a couple more in. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Number 8 is berries and smoke poofs. No, that's the fiddles. Those are smoke poofs. Onion. I think that looks good overall. Top shelf, we'll make a few bottles there, a few bottles there. Yeah, we'll do bottles over there. And then for a light, like saying, I think maybe just a hanging laser here, but we need to bring it down some. Hanging off of that. I think that'll be good. Actually, what if we did support beams crossed? Hanging off of that. Yeah. Oh, eggs. How many eggs in? Let's do 1, 2, 4. We'll do eggs. 4 eggs. 7, 4 eggs. Just chilling. Yeah. I think overall this is pretty good. Got our exterior view here. Or what else I would want to do, if anything, to boost this up further. It'd be kind of interesting is if I had a hidden way out somewhere over here, but I don't know how I would hide something like that. I'd like hiding those without banners is rough. Oh, you know what? Let's do a little table here. We're gonna make it big enough to put that feast on. That's pretty long. About right there. That big. And we will put that there. Like that. The beast should be able to sit on it pretty comfortably. Take the one beast up there. Put all this stuff back. I could do a couple of these up there. Oh, a hanging brazier. It is 5 bronze, 1 chain. Hey, I got an extra one. Grab a chain. Alright, and then I wanted to put some juting puff, not juting puff, and mage cap over here. Yeah, okay, so then we're going to put some, oh yeah, the feast, let me put that down. And then we're going to put some bottles across the top. I guess I probably should have done the full table. Oh, that's not enough to do. Can I pick it back up without it destroying it? Yes, because I didn't eat off of it yet. Oh, there. Alright. We could do a couple rugs up here too. Do deer rugs up there. What else can we do to spruce it up there, if anything? Did the lighting? Oh, we need to do the potions. The eggs away. Potions. So 2 of you. Use all of you. Use all of you. Deer hide. Yep. 2 of you. Use 2 of you. Let me go dump the rest of the stuff that I don't need. Wood. Stone. Coal. For core wood, I actually think I want to take more and do more of the upper part. Dump the fine wood, leather, scraps, and resin. And we can dump the shovel, the modded shovel, and bronze nails. And then potion, 2 of those. Do 1 love potion, 2 of you, 2 of you. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1 of each of those. And then I need to restock that. And I should put a sconce here. Alright, meat. Up on the top shelf, it's going to look like a bunch of valuable ingredients. Okay, I want to get the angle right. Let's do a couple rugs, and then let's do... There we go, something to stand on. I think that's pretty good overall. Am I out of those? Nice. Okay, so I got them all down. Fallen. Let's do another one here. Another one here. We're gonna make it look like it's don't slip for the kitchen staff. And then let's do this. That is about 2 blocks apart. I'm gonna do another one 2 blocks apart. Okay. And then I'll do a small one here. I think that looks pretty good. We might come up with some more things at some point, but realistically, this is a really good looking kitchen. Okay. So cast or clove. All right. So let's try E-tier stuff. See what we can do. First, I guess it's a bunch of E-tier, right? So robes, scales, feathers, linen, E-tier. Alright, scales, leather, E-tier. Probably was a mistake grabbing all of that first. Scales, feathers, and fabrics. Feathers. Alright, so I've never done E-tier stuff before, so this is going to be interesting. My first time doing anything magic related. Alright, E-tier. Robe. Oh, I guess that one's much more expensive though, for more regen. I'm okay with going with the cheaper versions for now. Okay, an E-tier hood. Yeah, I'm gonna just stick with the set coloration of it anyway, so let's just do that. We'll go with the cheaper one because I don't want to spend flaw metal first. Yeah, what are you gonna have? Well, that's super useful. Thanks, buddy. What? Lying? Looks like a lie. Okay, so why won't it work? Okay, if it didn't work for Esteban, what would you do? Not what I said. I said if it didn't work for Esteban, what would you do? See if that fixes it, honey. Yeah. I will get you lunch in just a few minutes, okay? No. No. Because I don't need you to bring me anything that you want to eat. I will take care of lunch in a minute. Alright, iron and E tier. Alright, let's get this hood made. Okay. Okay, so that's an E tier set there. Okay. Can you stop yelling? One is which? I want to make both of these to play with and a protection. So you got grouse lily wood, blood clot, and refined E tier. I'll have to figure out what piece of jewelry to make too. 16 E tier. I've only got 15 on my person. That'd be doing it. Alright, staff of protection. Let's do fracturing, charred bone, ashwood, and Putin and powder. Some ashwood, charred bones, toot powder, prostate. Alright, staff of fracturing. I think those are going to be good for trying for now. And then, let's see. Magical jewelry. This jewelry? Use run speed, movement speed, health gain. Oh, it's 50 health all of a sudden. That's pretty cool. Health regen. Is there not one of these for E tier, or am I looking at the wrong spot? Let's check this. Ah, here we go. 4 minutes of screen. Increase elemental and blood magic skill and quick burst of E tier regen. Yep, that'll be it. That'll be the one. 5 flaw metal, 5 refined, 1 bloodstone, 1 Valkyrie trophy. 1 bloodstone, 5 flaw metal, 5 refined, and the Valkyrie trophy. I think I only have one of those. Yep. The noodles, you put it in a bowl, however much of it that you want. You put some water in with it, not a lot, just, you know, a small amount. And then start with a minute and then like stir it up and then maybe do another minute. And then you can pour out the extra water once you're done. Alright, there's a Jormundering. Now, is there a E-tier cloak? Also, I need to make Askavan saddles and catch some Askavan and have something to ride. Ashen Feet. Let's try this one. Your robe, hood, trousers. I don't see one here. Let's try bench. Ooh, a wooden sword. A fancy. Celebrating hat is not it. Wolf cloak. Nope. Nope. I didn't know you could do. Oh, I didn't know that there was even linen capes. That's great. Okay, and then is there a cloak for each? I guess maybe it's something in Ashlands I haven't seen yet. Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, I can put all of this other stuff away. I need to make E-tier food. And we've got multiple staves to toy with. We'll put food, stamina foods down here. Okay. Put that stuff away, put that stuff away, put the ashwood away. Fabric pieces, linens, put away. Gracile wood and feathers. Okay, and then E-tier food. We're gonna go with. Let's see if there's anything off of this. Oh, excuse me. Mage cap, blood clot, and turnip. That's relatively cheap. Does 75 E-tier. Mage cap, blood clot, and 75. Ugh. finger into my glasses when I sneezed. Okay, let's see.
I gave you one.
Let's see. Mage Cap, Sap, Fiddlehead, and Smoke Puff. Mage Cap, Sap, Fiddlehead, and Smoke Puff. That is only going to make one at a time. That's very expensive to make. Looking at the number of ingredients, that's expensive. This one, much cheaper. Yeah, we're going to do that. And it makes two. Oh, yeah. Secret Meat, Mage Cap, Royal Jelly. 2 stacks of Royal Jelly. 2 stacks of Mage Cap. And 2, 3, 4, 5 stacks of Secret Meat. Be at 20. 10 stacks. Oh, to times 5, duh. Okay. Do this. Let's put the rest of that away. I don't have a box for E-tier food, so I'm gonna have to find some place for it. Let's change it from that. Let's copy this. Let's put the feast in with the herbs. This is 85 each here. Oh, it erased the hashtag. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna make a bunch of this because this is really cheap to make. And you can, like, infinitely farm royal jelly. Oh, I guess the question is, when you were a mage, do you do 1 stamina food, 1 health food, 1 E-tier food? Or do you do 2 E-tier foods and a health food and just not really need the stamina, I guess, except for sprinting? Alright. E-tier food. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Lots of it. Okay, what else can we make for E-tier food? See, that's a lot of sap, and I just don't think that that's a smart choice. This is just as much sap, and still only makes 1 of them, but it's a much better result overall. I wish it was making minis. So the Scorching Medley as a new stamina food I could definitely get behind because that's really easy and it makes 3. Found item, grown item, 3 saps. Big enough? Shouldn't have asked them. Dude. Suppose we could do this. This is like berry broth. Do 2 stacks of sap. That's it. Fiddleheads and vine berries. Five. And I'm gonna have to get back on collecting the sap every day. Yeah, I think that's okay for now. Oh, you know what? I did plant the berries. I'll have to go see, and then I'll have to go harvest sap. Don't know how that dead rabbit is there, but alright, I'll take it. I don't think I want to extend the wall that far. I think I'm going to just wall it off about where it is for this district that I'm working on. And then maybe I'll just make separately some semi-safe walkways to get to this. Yeah, I'm definitely going to cap it off right there with this. Let me go check the vines back here. Oh man, those vines went fucking huge back here. I'll walk across the top and get them to fall. I got about 50 vine berries from that. That's not bad. And I got some seeds. And that's what some vine berries failed to grow. I'm going to have to replant those because my intention was to have this whole back wall behind the farm growing. Alright. I'll put all this stuff away, and then I need to get lunch going for the kids. Put the meats up here. Oh, nope. Out of hair meat up there. That's fine. Alright. Put the hide away. Put poker away. Alright. I'll be back. Hey, Addie, would you go get me a paper towel, please? I'm eating my lunch and my hands are getting all icky and I don't want to touch anything. What up, dog? Thank you. Are you doing magic? You think Star Citizen will ever get done? Well, in fairness to them, most development companies are going to have a department for bug fixes and a department for development and maybe even sub departments within the development thing. So it might just be that the bug fix guys are fixing, underlying important stuff that maybe you don't see because it's back end things, whatever, that don't occur very often, or maybe they're big holes in security. But they might be actively doing things. It's just that the development team might have more people, and, it's a little bit easier to create than it is to fix. Well, that's the thing. They have to ride a line between fixing enough things that the people who have been around aren't complaining, while also adding enough things to bring people back to the game and bring new people to it. I mean, to be clear, I don't think that ships should be set as a concept unless they're like, it's going to come out this year. And then, like, only let you pre-order it when it's in testing phase or something. Not like, well, we modeled the outside of the ship and what we think it'll look like. And this is the stuff that we expect it to have. But feel free to pay 10 grand to have one of these. I'll be right back to wash my hands up at lunch. I have returned. Alright. I am going to try out magic for the first time. Yes. This game, if you want, you can go pull up my Twitch and you can see, but this game has a whole magic element option to it. I've never done it, so it's all going to be very new to me. Bet nervous about it. In Valheim. One of the things that I disagree with in how they have done magic, I disagree that magic should come so late in the game. If Valheim, if the entire timeline of Valheim was vanilla WoW, right, where your first raid experience is Firelands, Blackwing Lair, Anchorage, and then Naxxramas, right? I think that's all of them. So if that's the order, right? I would say that the equivalency of it is like if you didn't get magic until Blackwing Lair. So like you do the majority of the game and then you don't get magic until this very kind of late end point. So, I got the magic robes, I got some food, and what I was gonna do is I need to farm some more fine wood. So I figured what I would do is situate myself in a place to get fine wood, and then one of the things that you can do is summon a troll, some kind of like an undead troll thing, and have it do shit for you, basically. We're gonna go with fine, and then we're gonna take 20 from you, 2 from you, And from you, and need regular wood. So I've literally never done magic in this game before, and it's existed for quite a while at this point. Let's try Plains 2, I think. Yeah, they added magic with Mistlands. So you're in the meadow, which is where you start, like learning how to, how to be in the world and interact with the world. So you start in the meadows, then you go to Black Forest. This is the first tier. Ow. Yes. I just put a magic barrier on myself and on my locks. That's what's up. Yeah. So I think a part of it is that the way that Valheim is done, I think, in my opinion, they should introduce magic in the Black Forest, but that it should be in a very small way that doesn't seem crazy. Let's try this. Oh. This is an undead troll that is on fire. Oh shit, that's a 2-star falling. Let's see, doing the protection thing. Use 40% of my health. Is that 40% of my total health or 40% of my current health? Looks like 40% of my current. How many trolls can I have? Are they not mad at each other, though? My troll staff can do 2 trolls. But they aren't mad at each other. They're only mad at me. Sadly, this staff doesn't even hurt Finewood. I'm going to drag the trolls down to the goblin camp, though, and let's see what happens. There we go. That's so funny. I dragged the trolls in and they are just going to clear the goblin camp for me. And if one of them dies, I will just throw another one on top of it all. But they are going hard. Looks like it must be pretty short range. Oh, one of them fell. Come on, E tier. Oh, they too fell. Oh, that one, dude. I hit him hard. Oh, get hit. Oh, he got hit hard. They killed those trolls too. Interesting. They're putting up a decent fight, it looks like. And it looks like the blood magic stuff all eats some of my health. Damn it. Don't look at me. These fireballs are lobbing them. Frost and the root staff is the most OP. I have never done magic before, so this is all very new to me, and I'm just kind of playing. But I was really hoping that the staff, that the magic, I could knock down birch trees for farming fine wood. But it is not going the way I wanted it to in that regard. So the frost and the root one, okay. Well, I think I will add those to my toolkit, as it were. Do you have a recommendation for like E-tier food? Should I consume 3 E-tier foods, or should I just stick with like 2 pretty high ones and a health food? Because that's what I've got going right now. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to keep this. Keep that. Keep that. Nope, not 50. And I ended up getting a lot of stone accidentally. Okay, let's see. Frost one. Alright, Staff of Frost. 4 freezing glands, 16 E-tier, and wood. Wood. Freezing glands. I think I said 4, but we'll grab a big amount. And E-tier. Yeah, so right now I'm running the Sizzling Berry Broth and the Seeker Aspike, whatever it's called. And mostly the Seeker one because I could craft multiple, and I have far too much Seeker meat lying around. The other ones, my only concern was that I haven't like been super stockpiled on sap. So my concern a little bit was that the lack of sap was going to catch up to me while crafting food. Blood magic, 2 health and 1 E tier. For elemental, 1 health and 2 E tier. Okay. A pretty easy balance, I suppose, yeah. Is this on blood magic, or is this just an elemental, the fracturing one? Fracturing's probably elemental because it's fire damage. The protection and the troll one are blood. I don't need birch seeds right now. Don't need resin. Let me go collect my sap, actually. And pew. Oh. Almost. Oh, I'm bunny on fire. Alright, let's see. Whoosh. Ha! Bunny on fire. Aw, bunny not on fire anymore. Ooh! Direct hit. That was great. I sniped it. Yeah, my buddy said that since he went to a magic build, Ashlands has felt easy to him, which sounds crazy because I keep running into issues with Ashlands, mostly with the number of monsters and the different variety of monsters that just stack up all of a sudden, and you just get overwhelmed really quickly. Put the hair meat away. Let me sleep before I go back over to the plains and see how the frost staff works. Maybe I'll make the root staff too, just to give it a go. Okay. Let's go see what it takes to make the rooting staff. Yeah, Ashlands has been a lot of fun lately. Staff of the Wild is the one that roots. Okay. Celestial Feathers, a Jade. I don't know if I have a Jade still. Fiddlehead, Ashwood. Ah, I do. Okay, cool. Jade. Jade, Fiddlehead, Celestial, Ashwood. Ashwood 15. Ba, ba, ba. And Celestial Feathers, I think it said 3. And Fiddle, I don't remember how many it said, so I'll just grab a stack. Boink. Is there any other one that I should give some time to? Give some playing to? I didn't make Dunder. It says what happens next may shock you, so I assume that's the Chain Lightning one. I have the stuff to make it if I wanted to. Staff of Embers. So it looks like just like maybe that shoots a fireball, while Staff of Fracturing is the one that breaks into multiple fireballs. I don't know if there's a value between the two. And then, didn't this have magic on it too, of some kind? No, just the trinkets, I guess, huh? A Thor hammer that does lightning damage. Oh, that's the two-handed one that doesn't look like a hammer. Looks like fun, though. Some of the two-handed stuff looks like a lot of fun. Okay, put the fiddlehead away. Yeah, let's go back out there. I don't need this core wood. Alright, planes. What? Alright, frosty thing. Yeah, my thought was also to learn magic and get my skill up. My thought was also that I would, next time I need to do an iron farming run, you know, get a bunch of iron, that I could easily go toy with stuff that way. Oh, it's like short range, like a shotgun. Okay. Oh, hello. That is cool. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I can protect it too. That's cool. Let's see. How about I bring out another troll daddy for you? Oh, hello, shaman. How about troll? And how about... You've heard of troll, but have you heard of second troll? Oh! I knew that was coming. I saw him winding up as soon as I started trying to cast. I was trying to recast my I was trying to recast my protection spell. Whoopsie. I need to cook more health foods. Let's go with one of these. And we'll just eat what here is available, and we'll get back out there and grab our shit. So, I realized not too long ago that that's pretty crazy that you can just beat Fader like that. So I realized recently that an easy way to get deer hide was to ride your locks into the goblin camps And then once you're riding in the goblin camps, you can just plow into everything and knock it all down, and Bob's your uncle, you're good to go. I thought that was really interesting to figure out how much damage a sprinting Lox did to the structures. So now I'm wondering, maybe I should be trying to knock down trees with the Lox that way instead of trying to use other paths. Alright, let me see. How far can you throw a root, I guess, is the next question. Oh, you can throw that shit far, huh? How many can you set up at a time? This is E tier. Is it uncasting them? I don't know. I can't tell. There's at least 3. Oh! Okay, there's a goblin in there. I thought this thing was beating on the structure. Okay, so it looks like this staff can have 4. Oh, there's still 2 alive. Okay. Ha! Sniper shot. Let's throw another one out there. And throw another one. Alright, does this break down buildings? Yeah, it looked like my current staff, I can do 4. Which is not bad by any means, and it's only a level 1. I assume that you can do more with more levels. It summoned up there? Holy shit, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. This is pretty funny to work with. I don't know that I would have cleared any quicker or easier had I been using my normal sword and board method. That's wild. Okay, does this do block damage? That's minuscule block damage. So if I wanted to, is there an option of any kind to use magic in order to destroy birchwood trees for the sake of like farming finewood? Or is there a viable option that you know of for that? Because like, I would love to not sit here and swing an axe for hours on end. Even with the elder buff, it's just tedious. It'd be dope if there were a go-around that would let you, you know, do something with magic to do it. Black metal. Drop that shit. Yeah. Rather pick up the black metal and put it in the box. Let me go throw all of this black metal in a box and then see what else of this I want to grab. Oh yeah, there's more black metal too. Want to buy a run speed buff on a staff? Just wait for it, kabloom! Alright, boink. I heard a gobbo. Alright, take my locks over there so that I don't have to worry about carrying capacity. First thing I'm going to do is run it into this tree, though, and see if I can't knock down birchwood by just sprinting through with the locks. Nope. I just rub into the tree. Oh, man. The magic is pretty wild. See, the fact that the locks can do this is so great. The fire staff, so the staff of embers or the fracturing one that explodes, because this one feels like it might be a bit of a pain in the ass because you gotta, like, you know, lob the shots out there. I didn't use the other one yet, so I don't know what it's like at all. Here, Loxy, can you eat flax? I think you can. Oh, I mean, that wasn't too slow. The ember. Okay, I'll make the ember one and give it a try too. I mean, this is definitely not too slow. Let's see what YouTube says. Valheim, fastest way to farm fine wood. High tier metal axe. Thick birch trees lining the meadows and plains. That's early game. It's literally just, people are saying just use an axe. That's not creative at all, though. Alright, let's see if I got all the black metal and then... Oh, might as well grab the shit that's easy to grab. That was a one-shot. Unless it was already wounded. That's very possible. I could drop the stone. I got a stone farm, but don't need it. I mean, that came down pretty quick. Yeah, I'll have to make the Ember Staff and give that some toying. See, so the protection one absorbs 205 damage. Does more if I get my skill up with it. So I guess I should probably just keep recasting. And then, is this one blood magic or is this elemental? This one's got to be elemental because it doesn't take hit points away, but summoning trolls is blood magic. Oh, so summon trolls into a fortress and just let them go in, do work, die. Yeah, I really wish that oh, that's pretty funny if you can do it like that. So for stone, I'm good to go. I set up a gray dwarf nest farm that generates while AFK. I generate somewhere between 5 and 7 stacks per hour. It's that kind of a range because you never know if you're going to get, you know, a bunch of 1 stars or a bunch of 3 stars, 2 stars rather, of the different gray dwarves that spawn. So it's a wide range, but it's while AFK. So like, I set up my server to be individual player for raids rather than server wide progression, because me and my friends were often out of sync with our progression in the world. So I set us up as a player-based situation rather than world, and I set a second character to join the server, and he's literally just called Farm Tinker because literally his whole job is to just sit AFK at the AFK house where the spawner is. So I bring him in, he sits AFK. And then when I want to go collect, I take my actual character because the other dude is naked and will die to the fire pits, or even a monster turning on him that respawns. But it works. It's tons of free stone, free wood. I've got boxes and boxes of the stuff. Like, I don't have to stop building if I don't want to, because it would take almost probably hours of a day to build with enough stone to actually need to replenish overnight, where usually it's like I should replenish just because I'm running low or something, because I've got stockpiles of the stuff, but I also can't burn through it quick enough for it to be too big of a deal. I did read on Reddit, somebody said that that's what he does for farming stone for him and his buddies. On the server that they're on, he was showing some big walls that they were building. They were just like massive, massive walls. And I believe he said that they go up on the mountains or go to the plains and use the troll staff to knock stuff down. Alright, protection, and then... Okay, so that's registering as too hard, but I wonder if I upgraded it, how it would feel. Interesting. An interesting effect on screen. Mm-mm-mm. Alright. I'm gonna park this Loxy. Yeah, this magic stuff is definitely interesting. I am a little nervous at the concept of taking it into the Ashlands. I do need to finish fixing my portal room, though. I just was really wanted to give this a go and see what it was all about. Okay. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is go back to my regular set. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I'm going to go back to my regular set of stuff and finish fixing this building because I need functional portals. Dot, 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 dot. Yeah. Okay, locksmith. And I can put all this stuff away. Trophy. Oh, you know what? Let me put the food in with it so that this is my entire, like, magic is ready to go box. And let me build the Staff of Embers too so that I have it. 16, 4 Certlings, 20 Yargers wood. That's at 16, right? There we go, Staff of Embers. Oh, that's pretty nifty looking though. It's got a Certling core in the tip of the staff. That's cool. Yes, I 100% agree. I think that magic should start in the Black Forest. Maybe because we have the Certlings, it would make sense to be able to make an Ember Staff, but also like a low grade skeletal one. Mountain could introduce frost. Swamp could introduce the vines, right? But instead of having it be a vine, have it be the roots that match the abomination, right? Have it be something like that. And then the upgrades for them to make them stronger should come with the new tiers of places, the locational tiers, right? So then, like, the thing that you get in Black Forest that summons a skeleton and that you can set stuff on fire, now all of a sudden, in order to upgrade it, you have to wait until the swamp because the next upgrade requires iron or whatever, right? And let the upgrade tiers be based on the different zone locations so that we can start with magic early, at the very least, as a choice. You know, instead of being pigeonholed into, realistically, from day one, it's archery and parry and either a sword or a mace, depending on where you're fighting. That's like basically how it goes for everybody. And it would be really cool if they made it to where there was more variability in it. But also, and I think there might be some mods that do this, it would be really cool if they considered playing as a group as a thing, where you might have a group of even two people, right? One person doing magic, one person doing physical. They've got, say, a trinket of taunting or something, right? Some extra trinket that you can put on that makes you extra threatening to all of the monsters, right? Make them come at you. Then, separately, a trinket for your doesn't want to get aggroed friends who are, you know, trying to live, trying not to get attacked. Have them be wearing a trinket that makes them less likely to get attacked by stuff. I think that would be a super dope way for them to expand the play while not necessarily hindering anybody. They could even make it to where some of the things have an extra addendum to them, right? Like make the taunt one be like, if you've got allies nearby, if you've got friendly forces nearby, it taunts. But if not, you've got, you know, a extra barrier or of protection or something, like just mild little something, but make it be useful for the people who are playing solo, so that it's not just a big, you know, nothing burger for solo play. You know, give it a double meaning. I think that would be incredible if they did that, because then they are playing into the people that want to play in, you know, classic MMO group type scenarios. But you would also need to have a staff early on that like lets you channel healing or something. And I see, I've only been in the Ashlands for a very short time, so a lot of what they have going there is new to me. But I did see that they have modified weapons now. So like I've got this new sword, right? And the Noddenheimer, what's it called? Nidhogg. So with Nidhogg, you have the option to apply different gemstones to it to infuse it with different abilities, different enchantments. They could easily do that kind of thing with different staffs. So the vine one, for example, maybe you make two of the vine ones and have one of them be drops vines that attacks your enemies, whatever, but have one of them be a channeled healing ability or something, right? So then now you can directly heal somebody by sapping your E tier, and have it be based on where you're aiming. You know, give it like 20 yards or something, 25 yards, so that you can shoot it at somebody from a distance, but make it to where if you want to hit yourself with it, you just have to aim at the ground or be aiming at a wall, and have it just like splash in the area around it the same way some of the other thrown effects are, and have it heal anybody. And then all of a sudden now you've got somebody who can be, you know, a mage of some kind. They could easily tweak the gear, have the gear give bonuses to the different types of magic, so that like one magic wielder isn't always everything automatically, so that they might have to pick and choose a little bit, so they could still carry all of the staves, but maybe they're hurting, like if they're doing blood magic, have it hurt their elemental magic abilities, you know, have it weaken that. That'd be dope. Because then all of a sudden it's like you have to choose between blood and elemental based on the gear that you're wearing. But then separately, you know, bring both pieces of gear, and then you can swap back and forth if you want to, if you're the solo player or whatever. I think that they've got plenty of options, but I suppose I do appreciate that they aren't forcing the hand of everyone to only play exactly how they want, because they aren't doing anything to stop modders from, tweaking the game and, doing what they want with it. And I think that that's amazing, because there are a lot of games that try and stop modding in any way, shape, or form, because as far as they're concerned, the game exists the way that they intended it to be, and they do not want anyone doing anything with it that is not their intended focus. And so it's like, I get that, but also at the same time, you're, potentially writing off a bunch of people that want to play your game. They just want to do more with it than what you're allowing. So, I mean, thankfully, these guys are all for letting the mod community run with it. I need to turn this. And that should be fine. Oh, that's the wrong angle. Is that what I did? What did I do over there? Oh, no, I didn't do that. I did this. This one. That height looks a little off. Why does that seem weird? There we go. That feels slightly more narrow, but it might be because of the angle. Okay. Yeah, but also at the same time, it's not like they're not. Okay, so I played a bunch of, what's it called? These walls aren't in the right spot. That's why it looks a little weird. Interesting. How did I do that? Those are set wrong. I played a lot of 7 Days to Die. I don't know if you ever played that one. It is one of those that has been in development for a long time. Zombie survival game. The crux of that one is that they keep changing the game in like huge fundamental ways. In my opinion, it has been for the worse in a lot of ways. But they've been 15 years in the making or something for them to produce this game. Long time. Pretty wild. So, could be worse. And then we've got games like, Star Citizen, where they're like also 10 years deep, but Star Citizen is also like the game that has taken in the most money from its player base and still doesn't have a finished game. And they're still producing changes and modifications to the game, the environment, how things function. They're still making a lot of different things with all of it while it's not finished. Let me rotate these. See if I can't hide them more. Oh, the wood went up through the floor. Yep, there it is. There we go. Much better. Nope. Got to pick up the stuff I need for that. So I've got my little server here that's just, I'm literally only hosting it for me and 2 buddies to play on. And I've learned a lot about how much modding there is available for this game through, you know, looking up small things that we wanted or needed for our playthrough here. And it is remarkable what the modding community has done. And it's also pretty remarkable that the devs are so, like, on board with people making the game what they want it to be, you know, on the side. So, at the very least, I can appreciate that they offer that. That is cool of them. Put stuff away, putting stuff away. Dwarf eyes. These are all the extra ones. Don't really need as many as I have, but that's okay. And put some honey away. And I might have to go get tin at some point because sadly I haven't seen another way to obtain it. Okay, so I've got my portal room mostly put back together. I need to reassign the portal names that I saved in a notepad so that I wouldn't lose them. Okay, so first one through the portal. I think what I want to do is maybe put a portal here that just points inward that'll act as my like entrance portal. So I started a portal house, but I haven't finished it by any stretch of the word. Like I don't even know what I want to do with it yet. I don't know what it's literally just a floor with some portals. I will show you. My plan was to make it so that we had a portal per boss and some of the other shared locations like the Grey Dwarf Farm and a Surtling Core Farm. So I started this. I wonder if I have anything in this boat still. Okay. Yeah, so the mods, I pretty quickly realized like how many mods are out there and how wildly different the modding world can be. It's a lot. We've got, I don't know, like 6 or 8 mods. Yeah, so this was supposed to be the start of the portal house, but I don't think I like the shape of this. I'm not sure what I want to do with it. I'm trying to think how to like mathematically make it look nice. I'm thinking maybe all the boss portals in its own room and have like one portal to the runes back on its own so that you can kind of walk into like a grand room where the boss portals are. And maybe give them enough space to put trophies over top. So yeah, this is all like I got this island started and then I put it on pause. And I only picked this island because it's far enough away that nothing should come from the land in any direction, and we should be impossible to be raided out here because there's nowhere for the monsters to be that isn't safe, so to speak. So, yeah, I gotta replan that because that's definitely not the way to go. That is not the bee's knees. But I think this is the smart move. When I come back from the portal room, have it be pointed right at the walking into my place thing. Okay, so let's make this my Grey Dwarf farm. And then this is getting to Ashlands. And then let's go with my plains portals for now. Swamp 2. I think there's only the one swamp now, but it's still labeled 2. Oh man, I'm only not even halfway around the room. I guess I have a lot of empty portals. Oh, I guess Scout 0. Plains 2, Plains 4, Swamp. Oops, wrong thing. That's Scout. And Scout 00. Okay, let me erase the ones that I've already put in place. So, Gray and Ash. Gray, Ash. Plains, Plains 2, Plains 4. Plains, Plains 2, 4. Swamp, Scout, Scout 00. Swamp, Scout 00, and Scout. Okay, this one is going to be to my old base. Just labeled move. And then empty. Oh, empty 1. Empty 2. Empty 3. Empty 4, because I don't want them linked to anything for no reason. Empty 5. Okay. So we'll put this one as T.wood, which is my Ashwood portal. And T.dead. So I made portals for dead territories. Basically, I took everything that I could from a given area, and then once I was done with the portals there, I relabeled a given space. So like I marked cleared, and then I relabeled this one to dead, just because then it's like I know that I've cleared the area in case I ever lose those markers. I think that I still had something up here that I was going to get. Oh, I was going to boat across when I needed more tar because there's a plains right there. But, like, I didn't want to go get all of the portal material and have to boat it all back. So I figured that this was an easy way to handle it. Just, you know, leaving some stuff up and labeling it. Yeah. I just expanded this room. It was it was one full block shorter in diameter, which is how big this mage tower is that I built. So it was this like straight down, right? But I realized that I was I was packing in the portal room, and I couldn't like decorate for anything because there was no space to do anything. So I wanted to be able to adjust the decor and have it look nice, and now I've got the space to do it. I think I can seal this back up. Oh, I only had that as a shortcut when I was going in and out working on all this because I had put the iron supported wood poles upward into this building to keep the stone in the top floor from breaking. God, I've got random shit everywhere because, like, I'll be in the middle of construction and then have to fight a bunch of monsters and then have to shift and adjust. Yeah, so I started this wall. I have not finished it yet. My intention was to keep cutting out a portion of this mountain and wrap the wall around all the way. And then I'm going to keep going with it this direction and have it cut across here. And I think, well, so I've got my sap collector here, right? I was thinking about like making it to where this is like in a more safe space for me to access without having to expose myself to the mistlands. I could have the wall wrap around and include this and just like, ooh, maybe I build like a turret around this, like a circular turret right around this, and then put in a floor and make it do the same over there, and then make it be like a part of the wall. I could do that. I can make that work. This was part of the farm, but I'm going to take it over and make it like a picnicky area. Switch it to dirt and grass and whatnot. Put in a few more trees once I figure out what I'm going to do. These are going to be like little shopette things. Flop all that away. Let me go grab that other sap. See, for mods, we've got Mist Ward, which is a configurable ward against mist, letting you choose how far of a radius you want, and you can also pick the cost of crafting the item. So I made it not terribly expensive. It is 5 copper, 50 wisps, and 5 circling cores, and 30 black marble. And that'll get you this mist ward that I think we programmed to 70 meters. I wanted to make it so that I could see this portion of the ocean, because this is all mistland area. and there's no way for me to cover the sky in wisp lights to remove all of the mist from that area. So that was the direction I had to go with it, was get a mod to do what I wanted. But it works. This thing is done. I don't think I'm going to do anything else to it, although now that I've got access to Grostine, I might change it up a bit. Let me go turn it to daytime. Yeah, Valheim is amazing for what it does. I think that they did a wonderful job with it cosmetically. I know some people are very like, hey, it's low graphics, but like, I think that it's great looking. I realize that like I don't need some like major high resolution thing for it to look good and make sense, because when you add in the lighting and you get the nature effect, especially when you're looking from a distance, it's a little foggy, it looks amazing. Okay, got a bunch of black metal. I can plop down here. Put the sap away. Bones. Yep, we got space for bones still. Resin. And put some of those there. And then needle noses. Hides. Stone, wood, meat, honey. Stone, wood, honey, and meats. Yeah, so this is why I was making the seeker meat based E-tier food, because I have so much seeker meat that I never had anything to do with. I should probably cook some of those, but I don't want to. Okay, should we work on the decoration in here? I can't remember what it takes to... Oh, I guess that's probably dwarf eyes, so... I was gonna say work on the decor in here, or build a blacksmith. Blacksmithy armory type thing. Alright, plopping the stone in here. Stone there. Alright, there's all that put away. Coal. Okay, my buddy said there was a new crossbow, and I just didn't see it. Arbalist. I have not learned a new crossbow. There must be something I didn't get yet that would have taught the recipe. But I was thinking about upgrading my Nidhogg to the bleeding one, because I do often lose my hit points while out there. Let's do that. I did not mean to make you bone bolts, but okay. Okay, Grostine over here. Tar in here. Portwood over here. And treasure here. And then we don't need the bolts. And claw metal can go here. I should get these things cooking though to keep smelting, because I do have quite a bit of stuff that needs smelting. So for my base, I started with this basement, but I basically I flattened out an area just above sea level, and then you know, started kind of. This is where I was moving to, so I had my stuff spread out between here and another place. So I started bringing stuff over, and you know, slowly but sure, they got everything I needed here. But the one thing I did was I want to go minimalist, because the one thing I felt annoyed by was packing all of the crafting stations in together and all of their improvements. So I hid all of the improvements for all the crafting stations in the ground. So every crafting station over here has pieces in the ground to hide them all, so that I wouldn't be forced into making space for all of the components. This is the only one that seems to be required to be here. I might have been able to work out getting it somewhere else by placing a forge and staying in range, but it seemed like it was a really tight range for that, so that's the one I left. But and then the rolling pins I just put on the wall because decoratively I think that they work fine. I could probably bring the pot and pan out also to do the same. I still have ideas for changes to make. I'm going to get rid of the tar from down here, because I am doing tar in this area of my territory. This is just going to be a dining hall once I fill it out the rest of the way, put some food and drink on the table and whatnot. Same over here. Just part of a dining hall. But through the door is the kitchen that I think I finished. I'm not sure what else I may or may not want to add to it, but the kitchen feels finished. I might make more changes to it. I don't know. The exteriors of the building are all pretty basic, so I might add some like Grostine columns or something. This walkway, thank you. This walkway I was going to do underneath lighting, but I think I want to include Grostine in the build, so I haven't gone any further with it from this, but my intention was to have this walkway lead this way along the coast and eventually meet up with the exterior border wall, which I just decided I'm going to have that border wall come around and include this route, or a portion of this route. So I got a mod for the mist. Initially, I'll show you what I did at first. I initially started with placing... Here, I'll grab this wisp torch to show you. So I would place a wisp torch like this, and then I would take this beam and I'd go up like 4 beams tall, and then I would place another wisp torch on top of it, and so going up 8 meters and placing another one, and then I would go every 12 meters. So I had literally columns of these wood pillars all in this territory to try and remove some of the mist. I found a mod. Works so much better. It's called Mist Ward. Mist Ward, I think it's through Thunderstore, but I use the R2 mod manager. So Mist Ward is configurable. You install it, you run the game so that it generates the config file, and then you close it and you go to the config file and you edit it. The config file has a list of ingredients. I think default it was 30 black marble, 15 copper, maybe 1 wisp, and 1 power core, I think was the default cost. It works on basically the same concept as a wisp torch, but a wider scale. So I set mine, I think it's set to 70 meters. So this thing is removing all mist in a 70-meter radius. So it's removing it up through the sky and then outward beyond this island that was covered in mist. And then I have a second one back here behind the farm. I can't remember if it's set to 70 or 100. But it's somewhere between 70 and 100 meters that it's currently set to. And you can see the other one here on the back at my farm. So that's given me a decent radius to build in. I feel like I would have been happy if there was some way in game to remove the mist by like upgrading the wisp torches or something. It really bothered me that wisp torches were 12 meters. Feels like it's not anywhere near enough. Should I make a walkway here to be able to collect berries on the upper portion? I feel like I should consider doing that. Just a little walkway that maybe like walk off the ledge here and be able to just walk across. Also, I wanted to plant more over here. Oh, that's why they didn't grow. They couldn't see sky here. That's right. But I didn't want to destroy that one. I wanted to leave it. So I guess that one's just going to be the way that it is. I think that's fine. I could get rid of it from here just so that it matches. But I also intend on decorating this with some sort of like wood. Probably similar to this. Have core wood going up the sides and then regular wood cutting across. These vines didn't grow as much as I wanted them to, I think because the wood blocked them, which is why I didn't put the wood in there yet. I wanted to let it grow before it got interrupted. Let me grab however much sap is here. Antari, have you used mods before or familiar with using them? Okay, so I use the R2 mod manager, and then you choose, Valheim. It finds the game for you in your directory, and then you can install mods. R2 mod manager is actually really nice. This is the first time I've used the mod manager for anything other than World of Warcraft. It did a really good job of just quick and easy, boom, boom, boom. I think the Mistward mod does have a few dependencies, like the other mods that it requires existing for it to be able to function. I think it had a couple dependencies, but it was just like click the one that I wanted and it grabbed the dependencies for me and put everything in place. I really didn't have to do anything to get it to do what I wanted on that. And then once it was installed, it was just a matter of, tweaking the config file to make it produce what I wanted, and then good to go. I did notice that initially when I installed the Mistwards, I felt some FPS lag. Like it felt a little jittery. But after restarting my game and coming back in, it felt fine. And when I talked to the guy who developed the mod, he said that the mist functions like a physics, almost like fluid or water. So it's trying to flow and fill into an area, but it's like based on a physics engine. So it can be really laggy, especially if it's going in and out, in and out. And so my guess is that when I plopped down the thing, it was still kind of like calculating the mist. And if I would have just let it go, it probably would have been fine. I think let's decorate the boat area. So I want to put some wood down, like making it seem like wood planks. There's gonna be some wood, maybe some core wood. I don't need a pile of stones here, but I will need some nails. I definitely need those. I do need some fine wood for item frames. So for wood planks, I was thinking about just doing like this. And then I can use this to give the appearance of, like, you know, the raw uncut wood. And we can put some like this. Oh, what if I went like this? Ha! Yeah, that looks like it's actually leaning on it. Like this also. Oh, need more wood. Balrons. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Balrons for mods. We're using a sleep mod because there's 3 of us on the server and we aren't always in a position to be able to go to sleep easily if one person wants to pass it today. So the sleep mod checks for players in combat, and as long as nobody objects to the sleep, it will push a sleep if nobody's in combat and nobody objects. And then it'll make sleeping happen. Even if there are players who aren't near a bed, they will sleep also. And then, so we've got the sleep mod, we've got the mist ward. I'm trying to think what else. I know that there's a few others. But my brain no worky. Let me just look at my mod manager, because that'll tell me what I am using. Okay. So, wear and tear for weather. We have a wear and tear mod that prevents weather-based wear and tear, because in my brain, it's kind of stupid. I'm not a fan of things wearing out because of the weather. I think that overall it looks bad. Let me do this. And yeah, I think that it looks bad. I don't think that there's a functional quality reason for us to have our buildings depreciate due to weather because they're not covered. Feels arbitrary. So yeah, we don't worry about that one. Let me put some nails here too. What am I hearing that's kind of growling? Is that my locks? It might just be him growling. What else? Oh, I put one on for myself. It's not on the server, but it is for myself to use locally. Blast furnace for all. It makes it to where your blast furnace can support any type of ores. I mostly did that out of just easiness. For one, the blast furnace looks so much nicer. Looks so much nicer than the regular furnace, but also like going from one side of the regular furnace to the other, being like, let me put in a bunch of iron or ore to smelt, then let me put in a bunch of coal, and then back and forth, back and forth. It's so annoying. So having them both feed from one side is really nice and comfortable. I want to put down hammers here. Do we think, what do we think, hammers and axe? I think I'm going to just do stone axes, though. I don't think I want to burn... I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. What do I got? I think I don't have a bunch of bronze. I have iron, but I don't want to waste 20 iron on that. I think just stone axe would make sense enough for the people doing the tools over there. Right? I think. Let's see. So we're gonna do. Let me grab stone. As a server, stone ones look really stupid. So let's just do hammers for now. I'll do bronze axes. That's fine. I can get more tin. Bronze axes, 8 bronze. No, I don't want to farm tin. I'd rather make iron axes. Iron axes need some leather scraps. That's funny that I'd rather burn 40 iron rather than go farm up some tin, but I guess because, you know, tin is tedious to get compared to iron I can get by the truckload by clearing swamps, and especially now that I'm playing with magic, I am very interested in toying with it there. Okay. So there's a server mod called Better Networking. We've got that. Are there other metal parts that I can make that would make sense to be near a ship? What does a wood tower shield look like on an item frame? Probably not worth doing. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Do it like that for now. I don't know what else I might want to include in the ship smithing area. Alright, so let's lay hammers down. Oh, that's standing up. Change orientation. Okay, now you're just facing the wrong way from what I want you to do. So Let's make that face like that. That makes sense. Why does it sound like the growling is coming from right behind me? And I put this facing the wrong way. Let's try putting the axe here. Other direction. Which direction did I just do it? Okay, head of the axe this way. Yeah, I think that looks good. Trying to think what else I could put over there as for tools. Let's see. Does any of this make sense? Not stacks of bones. I could put another wood stack over there somewhere. God, what is that sound? That can't be the locks growling every once in a while, is it? Because it sounds like it's coming from over here. But I guess this game is not known for its directional audio. I definitely need to put in more lights because I definitely want this to look a little more inviting at night, but I guess this isn't terrible. Yeah, I'm getting an audio something. Oh, see, it just said enemies nearby. Oh, no, I just heard gray dwarves just now. I don't think I was hearing that from that far away, was I? Yeah, I mean, it might just be audio problems. I was trying to think of whether or not I put any boss trophies and something's talking to me, but I didn't install any boss trophies anywhere. Trying to make a bunch of sneaky points to get into the basement because I want the basement to feel hidden. Even though, you know, I don't need to hide it from anybody, but I want it to feel hidden. There's a networking mod that makes it to where the game functions better as a server for networking. I've got an item stand mod that lets you put any item in an item stand, regardless of whether or not the game initially allows it. That was because I couldn't put ancient bones in item stands, and I wanted them in my mage tower for decoration. Torches Eternal is one of the other ones that like actually changes the game. All of my torches, I don't have to refuel. They constantly function as if they are 100% fuel regardless of how long they've been on. And that's just because we agreed that there is a tediousness in having to refill all of the torches all the time. So we are technically saving ourselves coal and resin by not having to refill torches, but we wanted to be able to remove some of that tedious maintenance. So we did the Torches Eternal one. And then I've got what's called Advanced Terrain Modifier, where it gives me a few extra options for my till, my hoe, being able to level ground. I can do 1 square meter of ground at a time for leveling it or raising it. I can also more selectively do flattening, or like this is paved road like regular, but then there's a paved road option for square, and then there's pathing that lets you do it without it changing the height, because sometimes you use the hoe and get the height exactly what you want it to be. I am hearing it again. There's got to be something somewhere, or it's just bugged out and I have to restart my game. But like, I don't see anything anywhere. Creepy. So this will get closed off eventually, and it'll just be, you know, stone path up here, but I just haven't done it yet because I'm still trying to determine whether I want to put in another grassy area or not. This area over here, I haven't really designed a plan yet, but this area is going to be some level of like a blacksmith type space. Okay, I might want that then, weapon crate, because I was thinking like I want a serving tool, but for other stuff, because like I don't want to have to item frame all of these things, especially because you can see the item frame and it's not as cool. A weapon crate. Balrond weapon crate. New build mechanic to Valheim lets you place weapons and armor as decorative build pieces. Using a special item called a weapon crate, you can browse the things. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, I might go with that. I am curious if he's got the option for other things, like items that would go on item stands that aren't viable in the serving tray, just because that would, again, reduce some of the need for fine wood, but also cosmetically. Like, even if I was consuming the fine wood, if I can make the item frame invisible while it's in use or something, that'd be cool. Okay. Trying to think what else makes sense out here. I think a grinding wheel would make sense. Maybe some anvil-y stuff could go over here. Some tools that could all go in this area. Okay. It almost sounds like a sea serpent is stuck or something. Okay, so I've got a camera mod. I'm going to check to see if I can see any creatures stuck in the ground or something. You can see all my items I installed underground as my keeping my base clean. Okay, I don't see any monsters anywhere. Oh, there's a lot of fish in the water. Yeah, I don't see any monsters anywhere. Just the only creature nearby is my lock. So either I'm getting a sound bug or it's my lock growling for some reason. Honestly, this is pretty nifty to look at the builds from down here from this perspective. Oop, accidentally put it in reverse. So this camera mod is actually really cool. Let me show you. I can load different viewpoints. So like I have a camera viewpoint for this. I'm going to run it real quick. I'm going to turn on find camera mode. So I program the path for it to go, and then I wish that the speed were configurable in game. There's a config file I can tweak and then restart the game. So I wish I could control the camera speed in game right here. But essentially, you set up a path and then you can save the pathing of it and tell it go. And then it'll run the path and do its thing. And in my situation, I'm recording all of this, so I'll put it up on YouTube at some point once I get around to editing everything. I started this flight, doing this program of this pathing. I started it when I only had like the concrete pad started for the boat area, so I do have some kind of like time lapse that I'll be able to piece together of it. And then similarly, I've got some overhead flight from some stuff before. Like I only just got this thing a few days or a week ago, and I built a lot in the exterior since then, but also a lot before then. So cosmetically, I'm not sure what all even is covered. And then if I go to the base wide view, I'll run that one too. So my intention is to take over this little bay down here and extend the city inward to that, but like make different districts. So I might make that like a more middle class and have this be like middle upper, you know? And then I was thinking about putting some like rich fancy builds up on the top of the Mistland Mountain there above the farm, and have it maybe just one building, maybe a couple buildings, but something fancy up there. I've also seen some people building statues. They use wood logs of different sizes and build these like wood carved statue things. And it's pretty cool what some of these people came up with. I'll have to see if I can find the Reddit post. Some people are really creative for they're doing like dragons and stuff, and so they start with the wood with iron supports to it, wood iron poles. They start with those and build like the main skeletal frame, like a wire frame of what they want their dragon shape to be, and then on top of that they'll build all the different wood posts in various shapes and directions and sizes to get it to turn into what they want. It's really pretty cool. I'm trying to see if I can find any of them on the main page here or not on Reddit. Your builds are all square. It's one of those things that like it's easy to start out square and then go from there. Especially, it's also like it really comes down to whatever you want to do, right? So like a lot of my stuff starts in a pretty basic shape, and then I tweak it as my needs expand. So like my basement wasn't a basement initially. It was the ground floor of this territory when I moved in. I put in these stones, and I did this wall here straight across, and I made a big square box to start living in. But the square box was like literally just like this. And then I was like, okay, well, I need to put I need to put ovens somewhere, but this square box is too small for ovens, so I broke out a section of wall and put in some ovens, and it was a little bit different than this. I've changed it since then, but the same thing for the fermenters. I was like, okay, I need fermenters to go somewhere. Let me pop a hole in the wall and start those. And then I was like, I need storage. Bust a hole through the wall and make storage. So there's two different options for how you do the colors. I'm using hex codes, and you can Google a hex code color picker. But I'll show you an example. If you want, you do an open bracket and hashtag symbol, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Fs is white. When you close the bracket, it disappears from the line, so you can't see it. 6 zeros is black. Those are the only two I remember off the top of my head. I think actually C0, C0, C0 is gray. Oh, yeah, it's a very light gray. How about, what was it? CF, CF, CF? No, I don't remember what the other colors are. The other option is color equal red, whatever. So you can do it that way, but these lines of text on the signs do have a limit. So if you tried to do color red for one and then color equal white for another, you can only get so many words or letters. Color is big. That's it. That's my limit. So you can only get so many characters in that way by doing color equal whatever. But if you cut it down to the hex code, you can get quite a bit more of the text that you want to have on there. So yeah, hex color picker, and then, you know, it's just open bracket, hashtag color code, end bracket, and then whatever you want it to say. And so you could fit many colors in there. It's just, you know, you're limited by whatever the total number count. And there might even be a mod for allowing signs to be more complex, longer, whatever. What else? Okay, so I could do the crafting stuff over here, and that would make sense. Let me grab some stone. And I'll bump up that wall size a little bit. Okay, so I have to keep some opening here for this. I've got the fire down below, and I don't want it to get smoked out because this is my chicken farm. When if I actually, I don't even know that I'll need a chicken farm anymore, because chicken meat gets replaced by vultures. Although vultures you have to go kill, chickens I can have them like generate on auto without any effort. Heard it again. So I've got my chicken farm there, and I need that for hatching the eggs. Although I suppose this technically would be in range now to hatch the eggs. I could get rid of this fire. Could move this workbench over a bit, and I could fit a forge in right here. Forge? Could fit a forge in right here, and I don't care whether or not the forge is properly functional. It's funny that that's too exposed, but whatever. Might be nice to be able to repair on occasion. So if I do a forge here, I think a forge would make sense. I think having these tools would make sense. Oh, the chickens are all fine. Alright, 6 copper, 4 coal for the forge. Yeah, I built a tower for a chicken farm and for an egg farm, so I've got one of each available. I could, if I wanted to, combine them into one and just turn on and off, you know, the campfire as needed for hatching or not hatching. Although I like having the 2 towers next to one another. I think it's nifty looking. I didn't grab coal because I'm big smart. Let's see, we're gonna do a stone grinder up here because I think that makes sense. I think an anvil of some kind would make sense up here. Yeah. 20 iron. Need a grinding wheel. Sharpening wheel. Oh, yeah, this is my first time having a Featherfall cape, and it's so nice to be able to run around and build and just jump off of stuff and carry on and not have to worry about it. The number of times that I would have to make, you know, some kind of like scaffolding thing to get myself up and down off of an area for the sake of not getting squished. Come on, climb up, you can do it, come on. It's so funny that the bees are like totally fine with this space here. Bees are happy, bees are happy. But if you put them on the ground and put them this close to one another, they are pissed. We don't have enough stamina to plop it down. Oh, you know what? I've got some of the iron pits that I could do. Could treat that as like a. Could treat it as like a whatever it's called, the heating element, or do I have iron pits here? I think I do. Yeah. Yeah, it's so wild that something is growling nonstop here. Do that. And then a grinding wheel over here, just so it's like spread out and not packed in. Trying to think what else I could do over here. You know what? Buckets make sense over here, just in general. So let me grab some extra copper. Grab a little extra. I'll put a temporary forge out to be able to plop these down. Let's plop a forge. Oh, wood and stone. Wood and stone. I'll plop a forge here so that we can do a bucket. Right here. And one right here. Oh, fine wood. Is it my sword? Is my sword growling? Every time I pull out my enchanted sword, it growls. And I thought that there was some kind of monster nearby somewhere. I default to switching to my sword when there's like any reason to put away whatever I have in hand. I always default to just pulling out my sword. So that's kind of ridiculous. God, that is so nuts that I've been sitting here like losing my mind over it. Dum da dum dum dum. Let's. Oh, you know what might be good? If I put down a deer hide as part of like underneath where their nails go and whatnot, as part of like, oh, they're working here, so of course they're gonna lay something down to not lose their nails or whatever. Or maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Oh God, hello. No, I just put that down. Butthole. Porch. Coal. Need more copper. Oh, come on. Gotta stab him so that you don't risk damaging anything else. Alright, I don't have any regular wood on my person. Okay, so let's go with regular torches here. Oh, I need more resin. Let's see, resin over here. Put a handful of torches up here to give them proper lighting. Probably plop a torch back here underneath each of their thingy things. That's so funny that I thought I was going crazy and that there was monsters. Oh, it's so funny. Let's plop some torches for the light in which they would be working from. Let's put a chest of materials here, or, you know, what would appear to be a chest of materials. I'll have to look more into these Baldron mods and see what's worth grabbing or other stuff potentially, but definitely going to get the weapon crate one because I want to build a blacksmith shop over here in this corner, and I was just going to be relying on item frames and the other thing, armor stands. Okay. Okay, so I think one is going to be like farmable material, you know, put various plants and stuff on it. And then one is going to be maybe cooked stuff. Miscellaneous cooked items that people might want to get. And then maybe, not sure, maybe I wouldn't want to be selling seeds from a stand. Maybe miscellaneous monster parts, you know, like obtainable objects or something that would be meaningful. Trying to think how big I want the shop to be. Probably going to just be one large room. I think a back door off of this makes sense, actually. Let's do this. And then a window. Need more stone. One thing I want to do is I actually do want to work in a secret set of stairs down. Because I've been working those in a bunch of different spots and I want to have one here. So I'm thinking we'll do a window. A wide window. This one can go here like this. And we can do another wide window. Not sure what else I want to put over here at the boat area. can we fit double wide doors in that space properly? Or see. What if we went like that? Made this a really wide window. Guess that's a choice. Hold on, let me do this. I can put this here in order to do this. Still blown away that I thought it was a monster. And it was just my sword. Okay, go like that. Go like that. Whoop. I'll end up putting a banner over it. We will do a door here. And then wall. And small window. I guess we could do a larger window. If we're gonna do a window, I still want it to have like a nicely framed face for it. Let me grab more stone. Actually, before grabbing more stone, let's build a camera path for working on the blacksmith. Boink. 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 Let me disable that and save that, and we'll try running it. So when I go to edit and post a video, I'll probably maybe keep this at the same speed that it is, maybe speed it up slightly. But then when it goes into the building, I'll probably have to slow it down, the footage, to get it to, you know, feel right. Otherwise, it's going to look all kinds of wonky. Because it's going to speed up so fast that it's going to be like WTF. Because it's such a short range here. Let's add another stop to it. Final V for me. And then, we'll overwrite it, and then we will cancel clear, and then get back on the character. Grab some stone. This is all stuff I can drop in here. Yeah, I don't need any of that right now. Oh my goodness, this mod guy, Valrund, has a rail cart system. Like trains and railways. That is wild. A revive opportunity? That's pretty cool. I mean, my friends that I play with on this server, they live on their own and we don't often run together. So it wouldn't do much for me, but still cool. There we go. It's a really big window, but I think that works. Although I am going to actually switch this to a small window so that I can change this. I'm going to go a slightly less big window. And then there we go. I think that's better. I think I'll keep the wacky corner here. All right, and then we're gonna make this a little taller. So I'm adding, I did this on the other buildings. I'm adding a singular row of blocks above the, you know, 2 wall notches. Oh, this is hitting integrity maximum limit there. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm giving myself space to keep these windows a little bit taller and more, you know, easy to see through from a walking angle. Because I found that if you only go these 2 blocks tall, it's a little hard to work with. And you can't cap off these tall doors either. So by tweaking it and adding an extra row of blocks above, you can keep the windows nice and tall and still see in and all that. Daniel, I see. I don't really think I'm going to add anybody on Discord. The people that I have tried adding that have said similar things were all, you know, paid services to try and get me to do something. So I'm good. Yeah. Well, you know, just in case of the robot uprising, you gotta talk to it like it's a person, right? Just in case. this and boom, boom, boom. Stack that right there. Yeah, I've seen a lot of bot type commentary like that of like, oh hey, I like what you're doing. DM me on Discord. And it's like, okay, cool. No, I don't want to random Discord people. Okay, I think this is a good starting basis. I think what we might do is make it to where the blacksmith has a countertop here. If I do it that small, it's not big enough for shelving behind, and I think that I should have some well, I guess if I kept them head height, I could keep it more narrow and it'd be okay. It's not like anybody's actually going to work the shop, right? It's for cosmetic purposes only. So if I kept it like, let's say I did it like that. I'm gonna extend it over, I'm gonna boop that out, and go boop, boop. Can't fit through, hold on. Let me make it custom as boink, boink. Oh, that's a bit too tight of a fit. Let's try that again. There we go. Let's make it a little bit wider so it's a little more comfortable. Okay. Let's do that. And there we go. Okay, that's better. We will put a banner up. We'll grab more wood. I don't know how much wood we'll need, but we'll just take what's there. Wow, these Balrond mods look like they will make it an entirely new game. About that tile, maybe? Alright, I think that's a good height for a shelf. I don't know what I can put on a shelf up there beyond tools or stuff, maybe. I might want to get that mod for weapon crate one. I want to get that installed. Right. Fill this with items. Riverside coin. Yeah, probably do that before filling it all out the rest of the way. doors. I want to do the fancy ones, I think. Iron and tar. Iron. Have to grab some tar. So, tar is kind of like the most tedious thing to have to gather because it's only really plentiful when you're gathering from the pits, right? Once you've emptied a pit, kind of annoying to get more tar. So, while I started building with tar, I didn't know that Grostine was a thing. Like I had never seen Ashlands before, so I didn't even know about Grostine. And so I saw Grostine and was like, wow, this stuff is great. I'm gonna definitely have to, you know, make use of this. I've got ivy growing on everything else. I need to get some ivy growing on this. Let me put some stone here. I don't need the stone there because I'm going to just raise the ground up. So now that I know about Grostine, I am ready to use Grostine for a lot. I wanted to do a poor area. Not poor, I guess, you know, lower class. And my intention was to do that all with stone. Well, not stone, a mixture of stone and wood for the buildings, but mostly wood, and then thatching for the roof or the, you know, low income areas, the low end. Because my idea with that would be to, you know, make it like they're not the fancy ones. And then my thought was to make the areas around the water the nicer area that I'll use Grostine for all the roofs, and then, you know, incorporate Grostine more in the builds. I might, you know, do more here, but I feel like this is a pretty nice look using the tar. But because tar is such a pain in the ass to collect, I don't want to do any more with the tar. Oh, you know what I'll do? I will close this window for now. Get wood. I'll close the windows for now, like I did with the other builds, so that the ivy can grow over them. There we go. We'll probably do the same here too. Perfect. See, this is one of those things that had I been able to plan enough ahead for any of this, could have made it a lot easier, but because I'm just winging it for all of these structures and everything, not a whole lot of planning involved. Needs more room to grow. It's probably this. There we go. I think I want to use ash wood for the stairs over here because the ash wood has a narrow stair that doesn't require that awkward step up situation that other single wide stairs do. Problem I might run into is I don't know how steep these are. If they are, yeah, they're not very steep, so I might end up having to use something else if the space is not working out for me. Or, I'll move it over. I'll move it over to the corner because that'll help it fit the space better. I can still put the banner up and it'll still be, you know, blocking the view enough. But I think that'll be fine. Damn it. Okay. I really don't want to jinx myself. But I haven't been raided in a while. That is pretty close. Okay, so if I go like this, and I put that platform like that. Does that go low enough? You know what I could do? Trying to think of how else I could make this fit without using the stupid stairs, because I really hate those ones that dunk on the way up. Okay. What if I did this and went down the other direction? So the narrowness of this is a little awkward with the width of my character, but I can fit the height. So what if I replace these? But I go, so if it's mounted there normally, what if I went a little inside edge on purpose? Yeah, that works. And then here. Yep. And I can put a hidden pathway here in the hallway. But I can also leave it open to go this way as part of the other exit. Yes. I'm happy with this. And then I can put you back. Put you like that. Double check that this works the way I want it to. A little tight, Bill. Let me see if I can't make it a little less tight. Okay. Come on. Perfect. Okay. That fits. Let's put... Oh. Yeah, that should be okay, right? Oh. Let me do the same for these stairs. Make them a little wide. Okay, so problem I'm running into there is that I can't get that to stair up. Well, I could make it to where it's just an entrance from this side, like spin around like I did up there. Yeah, that honestly, that would be perfectly fine. Okay. Go through like this. Okay, and what I want to do is make it... Oh, ran out of stone. My growling sword is nuts. Alright, a little more stone. Do that, and we'll do this. Pop those. Oh, I see. So this one really wants there to be some support underneath, so we'll do that. Okay, and then this one, we want to... Not gonna stick out, is it? Go that way. There we go. There we go. So then what I'll do is I'll put a banner here, and I'll put another banner here so that it looks like, you know, looks like it's on purpose. I think we'll put a furnace. So we don't necessarily need to have a furnace in the building to make it look like, you know, a blacksmith thing. I think I can get away with not having that. We can do a forge and a bellows. So I did before in the past one of these. If I surround it with stone, I'll get my other iron fire pit. Yeah, that's a good shortcut. Did this latch on yet? It did latch on here, and this one broke. Make sure it doesn't accidentally latch onto the sides. Had that happen. Well, this one latched on and started growing, so I can take this stone down. I got a lot more flaw metal the other day than I thought I did, but I died a lot, so I earned it. I earned it. Okay, let me repair this stuff. Okay, there. Honestly, I might want to have access. I might dig out some of the stone to give myself access from both sides of this hallway to that set of stairs in the blacksmith. It just depends on whether or not I can come up with a way of producing a walkway on this side. I wonder... Yeah, okay. So what if I did this? What if I put a wall up here like this, and then grew some vines up it? Might get the vines to work their way over. We'll see, whatever. If I go up right here, if I make a vine-covered walkway, you can't see the gap, and I could set another set of stairs up here where you could just walk in between. Let me actually make it so that it's there first. Like this. It might want some of these blocks gone, so we'll wait a second and see. Needs more room to grow. Yeah, probably all of those? Really? Is it mad at that block right there? Okay, so I've had this happen one other time, and it was the lack of ground. Let's try that again. Okay, so that one's considered healthy. That one is done. We can replace the stone here. Okay, so the kitchen is built. Okay, that ivy's growing now. It's fine. So I think what we'll do is we'll let the ivy grow, and maybe we'll just put a wall here and then slope it off and make it appear as though it's a part of this building, even though the whole point of it is just going to be so that I have another access point over here somewhere. I was kind of thinking, instead of having 3 stalls, what if I went down to 2, and then I could have another point where the walkway comes out? I think I might do that too. Get rid of a stall. What do I cap it off with? I mean, obviously I can just put stone. Okay. Already got a sort of tunnel down here. I do sometimes wish that this were more in the vein of Minecraft, where you could have a little bit more control with the, you know, earth above and whatnot, and because it'd be pretty cool if you could, you know, dig a proper basement rather than, you know, whatever you're forcing to sort of be a basement. Okay. Oh. What if... What if I just went up more? Ooh, what if I can figure out how to build a statue. Oh, cool. Those ivies lodged. Plop this down. Let's go here. Now in the past, what I had done was something this. So now it looks like just a small purposeful fire, and then if I take an item frame and pop a weapon on it, it'll look like it's on there, like it's getting worked on. But let me bring this, oh, that's not what I meant to do. Let me bring this stone edge away a little bit. I'm actually go with a wide one, or a slightly bigger one. Nope, not. That's a little too big. Go with that one, that size. There we go. That makes sense. We'll put a forge in and sharpening stone stuff. Small set of stairs over here, outward, or flat path probably, round off the walkway. Point being that this is a back door still. Oh, I didn't cap off the window, trying to get it to grow over. Alright, let's boop, boop. Double check that that's right. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so this, we can get rid of the earth that would be in the way. We don't need to get rid of a whole lot of earth, but I do need to get rid of these temporarily just so I can swing my pickaxe. There we go. All right. Okay, so I think first let's get the floor fixed. Okay, second, let's see where that goes really far. Let's do this one. And we'll do oh, Not like that. There we go. Like that. And we'll just fill that in. A banner over this. Okay, I think I'll leave it just open stairs so that I can just jump up it. Yeah, I dig that. That's good stuff. Okay, and then... Oh, you know what? Let me box this in so that the ivy has a better chance of growing over that space. And also, let me get rid of some of this cover so that it's willing to go that direction. Okay. And then we will make these two taller. Grab more stone. Do I have any more stone in this pile of mess? No. Okay. Let me put away what I don't need. I'm not growing any more ivy currently. I don't need seeker meat. I'm a person. Don't need the ash wood. Foraged bits. I don't need the deer hide right now because I'm not furnishing the blacksmithy. I can put away the tar for right now. Ash can go right now. Put away all this stuff. Treasure, resin, hide, eyeballs, mist, or wisp. Okay, this all sealed back up. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I'll probably put a gate in here. What is it for a gate? Bronze nails? And something else? There. Oh, yeah, bronze nails and wood. Okay, for my banners, we are green, so 2 fine wood, 4 fine wood, 12 leather, 2 guck. Actually, we should probably just grab a bunch. Leather bunk. Because we need one over this. I need some coal. I found that some of the stuff, when you go to hang it on the wall, when you hang some stuff on the wall, sometimes the wood or whatever object, sometimes it will be like sucked into the stone, so you'll have stone sticking through, and it'll be a the vibe look. Height-wise, if we go... We should be up here, actually. So... Me... Perfect. See how some of the stone is sticking through. I think I'll wait to hang it in here, and I'll probably hang one from the rafters or something. And then I've got to figure out something decorative for mounting them out here on the outside. I could do rows and have them hang from the edge or underneath. I just need to hang them somewhere. Put up so that the banners make more sense. They're more fluid everywhere. I've got some around the exterior hanging from there. I don't have an overhang on this. And I don't want them to go that direction. If I did... I did this. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't want it to go into the Raven, but probably not like that. Maybe on the sides? I think that makes sense. Interesting. I feel like I'm jinxing it, but I'm going to say it. I haven't been rated in a long time. I don't believe I changed any settings that would have interfered with being rated. None of this works. Hanging like this. None of that makes sense. I can't do that. Oh, thank you. And all the stuff outside of the basement, purely cosmetic. I will show you what I've got. This is the apothecary. Alright, so countertop I threw some gold on, and then I used iron bars to, keep people out of the back end. Got a bunch of materials that, you might want to buy from a keeper of the weird stuff. This is all behind the counter because it's like more high-end or crafted products, so potions of a bunch of kinds, and then monster parts. And then back here is the workshop type space where he's got a bunch of ingredients laid out, cutting board, more ingredients on the shelf. He's got stuff drying, flour over here available, his workbenches to work from, mortar and pestle. Oh, cool. And then these are mostly back here for my sake so that I can have the extension of building, but also they do fit, at least the workbench fits. And then the private quarters for the mage that's in charge of the apothecary. Oh, and if you were to look, if you were to look up from down here, you'd see the green banners hanging for the, like, my kingdom's colors is what I'm calling it. I hear something hitting something. Hold on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't trying to beat on my iron door over here. So from the interior, if you... Oh, I need to put core wood over top of those. I forgot about that. I should have a bunch right here. Yep. Let me fix those real quick before I forget. When I was expanding my portal room in my basement, I needed to put in supports to be able to keep the building as tall as it is without having stuff crumble. Alright, so from in here you can see the green color for the kingdom, which they're hanging here for a reason, because upstairs in the mage's quarters he's got some black banners hanging because he has, in my brain, this mage has some nefarious plans. So he's got a bunch of black banners hanging. And then he's got, his private workshop. So he's got some money stacks up here, all sorts of different stuff. He's got the Wraith trophy hanging over his bed. Pile of bones. I was almost out of bones when I built this, so I will probably put in some more piles of bones, and then I might make if I go farm the material, I might mix an extra caster set of gear to put on an item frame or item armor stand, and then maybe put some of the extra weaponry up here just so that it's mage related stuff. But I gave him a place to exist, the fictional mage that's kind of a bad guy, bad wizard. One of the things that I think is the coolest, which you can't see because it's dark. Let me go sleep. I did a lot of creative work to get the roof to be what I wanted up there. But I'll show you during daytime, because nighttime you won't be able to see as well. Honestly, a lot of what I've built is really purely based off of, like, put some stuff down and see how it looks. If I don't like it, break it and go again. And then some of it's also figuring out creative ways to take advantage of how building works in this game. Okay, so for the roof, I wanted it to be a circular roof. So I figured out the spacing for the frame below and then started building it upward. These parts right here on these not cardinal directions, right? So not purely north, south, east, west. These pieces with the peaks and the ravens are north, south, east, west. These other ones, I literally only put these in for the cosmetic of it, so that you'd get more of that view. If you were boating in, you'd get a little bit more depth and texture, or if you're across the bay. Same thing here. These were purely cosmetic purposes. And then built these eaves like this so that you'd have a little more visibility from the interior and from the exterior. And then I left the air gap for just purely cosmetic purposes also. And get rid of these stairs that aren't needed. I just started incorporating the trees, but I've been including the ivy for a while, but I just planted this tree a couple days ago. And then the same for the other one out here that's kind of blocking the hidden access point. This wall didn't used to be this tall. I had a dirt layer out there, but monsters kept creeping over the wall, so I tweaked it and made it taller to help reduce the number of monsters that are getting near my locks. And then I just started building all of this a couple days ago, this wall. So I haven't put ivy up yet, which I'm going to. The red ivy back here, I just planted a couple days ago. And then this all needs a lot more work. I'm going to cut into the stone enough to make some kind of like arched walkway here. As if, you know, you mine out, like when people build a tunnel through a mountain. I wanted to get that vibe going through here and then have it open back up and then have it come down and again tunnel into the mountain space that's here and then turn it this direction, still tunneling but like open on one side until I get to here. And around this I'm going to build a tower similar to the mage tower but not as big. Build it centered around this so that I have access to my sap extractor from the interior from a safe area. And then I'm going to have the wall come back across, probably over here, put in another gate, and then have it go over here and do the same thing again with a, you know, circular tower around this sap extractor. And just make a walkway between them basically on the interior of the wall so that I can get to the different sap extractors. And then I'll probably tear that out. And then what I might do is ensure that this is just all like cliff to water with nothing. Maybe I'll start the wall there. Oh, you know what? I'll probably come off of the tower and then stare down to do stairs down to here and make this be part of the wraparound oceanside walkway and have it wrap all the way around here to this walkway. But part of what I'm doing when I'm building a lot of the stuff is I'm doing like test things, and then some of it's like build function, then come back through with cosmetic to like all the ivy stuff. I only picked up the tips and tricks of this as I went along with doing ivy. I'm hoping that it'll grow over this area, but I can't guarantee it. But filling in those pieces of wood have helped with like this, having it partially overgrown over the windows. This one, I think I might cut some of it just because it's too... Here, actually. There we go. There's a little too full, right? So you can't even really tell that it's a window. Not entirely. Might put something else in here. I'm wondering, can I put a cloak on an item frame? Nah. So my hold anything item frame deal. I was thinking it'd be cool if I had it, if I was able to make the item frame hold it like a coat rack. I suppose I could make it this and just tuck it up close to the wall. Iron nails. Let me grab some iron nail. I was thinking it'd be cool if it looked like a coat rack right here and you had a couple cloaks on it. And then I'd have something to use. I've got so much troll hide. Yeah, okay, so that's actually pretty good. So I'll make 2 troll hide capes so that it looks like a coat rack. Oh, I don't want that to be visible space, so let's go like this. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've got some videos up on my YouTube, same handle, the Tinker86, where I've had some of the I've done some shorts that just are like little blips of the build, right? And like usually the finished product. And then I've got a couple longer ones that are like super speed. Um, like I did the super fast forward thing of the build. So you can see what some of this area looks like before it got to be what it is now, if you're interested. And then I've got a bunch of footage that I got to go through still, because I want to put together some time lapses of, you know, like the development of all of this, just because it has been a lot of work to put together, but it's also been, you know, a lot of fun. But there's been a lot of changes. I think I have one up of the tower, the mage tower, when it was just like an undeveloped framework that I, you know, wasn't sure what I wanted to do yet. I remember I actually had a really hard time coming up with the size that I wanted to go for, because I was trying to figure out height wise, like how tall can I build without without having, at the time I was worried about iron. I had 10 stacks of iron and was like, farming iron is difficult. And since then, I got to the Ashlands for the first time and found out that they invented a portal, the stone portal, that lets you take precious metals and whatnot through portals. And I didn't know that was a thing, because I was like, you know, getting iron is the worst. You go get all the iron, and you walk across the swamp, and then you put it in a boat, and then you wait till your boat's full, and then you boat for an hour. So I was like, trying to sparingly use the iron, and now I can get a dozen stacks of iron in 2 hours, clearing out. I've got crypts all marked already for 2 different swamps here. I've got a portal ready to go in this swamp. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 crypts that are untouched in this swamp over here. I bet 14 of those, I bet anything, I could probably get 30 or 40 stacks of iron out of there. So taking a stone portal over there, plopping that down, makes easy work of it. This is the dining hall. I didn't have the tar for it. I do now have some tar, but I'm still waiting because I want to get all the roofs in before I furnish this one, because I don't want to do all of the iron necessary or the tar necessary to fill out. I was going to do 5 chairs on either side. And then I'm going to fill the tables with food and drinks. And then I got to put stuff on the wall, probably some weapons, some banners, shields, swords, that kind of stuff. Maybe a couple monster trophies. Same thing here, a couple more drinks and food on the thing. This one is like the foyer where you might boat into. I haven't built the dock yet, so that's all like way in the future. But my intention was to build at least a 1 dock space here to bring in. I'm unsure of how to manage. I'm unsure of how to manage the depth to be able to. So this type of walkway is what I like for a dock, being able to do this in a semi-shallow. So I'm not sure what I can do space-wise to get it exactly how I want, but we'll see. I might need to cut out a portion of this and then make this walkway just go straight to that. But I want to put like an individual fancy building here. Not a lighthouse, but just like a house. was thinking about a lighthouse over there, but I'm not sure. But here, I have to still fix the roof after planting the ivy. I have to figure out cosmetically what to do here. I gotta put in stuff in here to fill this out more. You know, I've got some pottery pieces. So I haven't gotten to that yet, but it's one of those like waiting for an idea to strike kind of thing. I wonder if this ivy won't grow here because of this. Me. Damn it. It took a step back when I started to go forward with the attack. Damn. I just want to get rid of this one piece of ivy. There. I think it might have been blocking. Well, so there are, I don't know if you're on Reddit, but there are build communities. You can easily get ideas from there and be like, oh, I like the way he did this. I'm going to just basically copy this piece and shove it into a building. But part of the thing that I ran into as a big issue when I was starting building was all of this stuff. So this here, all of this stuff, this was the problem I ran into. How do I make a functional build if all of this is required to be included? So I've got, let me see if I've got screenshots still somewhere. Sorry. There we go. Let's see, World of Warcraft. Okay, so this was a storage area in one of my earlier build that I was like unsure of. So like I was trying to make function and yes. So for all of those things that are hidden underneath, they're all in range of their appropriate station. I think the workbench should be 4. I think that's what, let me double check. Workbench 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a workbench upgrade? Yeah. So my workbench should be a 5, so something broke. Something isn't reaching the workbench. Not that. Forge? What is it? Forge is attached to... or the forge cooler. That's a 7. That should be a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my workbench should be a 5. Chopping block, Adzo, canning, and tools. Is the chopping... where? Oh, where's my chopping block? That'll do it. I don't see a chopping block. Good call on that, huh? Alright, chopping block. 10 flint. Flint. There we go. It's level 5 now. But hey, good call mentioning that, because then I had to go look and see. But yeah, I hid all of the stuff because it takes up so much space. In one of my previous areas, I had hid stuff on the other side of a wall. Yeah, right? So all of the stuff for this is level 5. It's all just tucked underneath. As long as you've got a floor that can support, you know, doing what you're doing, and you are not putting items in. I mean, it doesn't even matter if they're in water, if you're digging low enough for them to hit water, as long as you can place them. Same thing for the cauldron here. I've got all of the cauldron pieces. The only one that I let be visible was the rolling pins, because I just got those, and then also they kind of look all right. So I went for pure minimalist function with the basement. And now that I've got like pretty much everything that I will need for it, you know, I've got a space for everything. I've got most of the stuff tucked underneath. I can go for more cosmetic additions, but like I'm not stuck having, you know, all of these different pieces forced into my way, and like, oh, this piece has to be here but this far away, but it can't be too close, and it can't be touching other things. Like, oh my god, there were so many rules while trying to play stuff. If I've got screenshots of my other here. So my other build that I was doing was this large circular shapes. So I was trying to figure out how to do a storage room and also like stay near enough to my storage that I could get all of my tool build stuff. You know, all the workbenches and everything. I wanted those to be close enough that I could reach. So like I'm trying to stick them underneath a set of stairs and like make stuff reach the way that I would like it to, but it was rough to get it to work. This is my basement. The locks, let me go put myself in this exact same spot in the actual world to compare what it looks like now versus what it looked like then. I'll show you that space right there. Let's see, about here. So that right there. I guess I'd have to be, yeah, about right here. So this is how it started. You can see the part of the mage tower in the back, the circular shape. That was how the mage tower started. The Lock's pen was just stone. It was all flat area down here. And then the basement was just, you know, brick walls. Not much going for it. But once I raised the dirt around it and started building above, you can see these stone blocks. That over there where the roof crosses and there's a bunch of smoke under it in the distance there. That is this same fire pit right here. I just built it up higher. See if I had anything else here. So this was part of my old build. I had put like a decorative room, but I didn't end up going anywhere near it because I was just always going from portals to workbench, and I kept finding myself jumping off of the circular building to shortcut stuff. This is the basement. I'll show you from that viewpoint the difference of where we're at now. Yeah, about like this. So there's that versus that. So you can see how I used to have my, I had 4 of the, whatchamacallsums? Fermenter. That's the word. Fermenter. I had 4 of the fermenters and I didn't have all this extra storage, but stuff was still like chaotic. So I've got random boxes in all sorts of different places versus now where I've, you know, tuned into having stuff where it should be. And then this is when I was trying to come up with a concept for storage, which I ended up going with this, you know, just packing in a bunch of black metal boxes, which I thought farming that much black metal was going to be hard, and it ended up being rather easy. Trying to see if I had any other screenshots from other old stuff. I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any. Thought I had more, but I guess I don't. I'll go show you what's left of my old base. Oh, I've got metal on me. I still need to actually come back and finish grabbing stuff here. Ta-da! So, I had found this little island, and I was taking a portion of it, and my buddy was going to come take another portion of it. But he was then later like, well, if we build in an area next to Mistland and Plains, then you can grow everything you need to in one spot. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. So, I still have all of this old stuff that I haven't finished tearing down yet, but I got most of it done. So this circular building, this is the pig farm. I still got my piggies upstairs, and if I were to go feed them, they would breed and drop babies into this area that would stay here until they grow. And once they grow, they get smoked out and die. So those couple pigs up there are actually, let me take this leather with me because I'm running low. So the island that I'm on now, there's actually no meadow. There's no meadow on this entire island. So I have 0 opportunity, unless there's one here, in which case I could potentially bring boars back. But I have 0 opportunity to bring boars to my current place. So if I do want to feed boars, I will have to come back and feed these guys. But this tower, right, this circular building, similar to the Mage Tower, but 2 more of them. So I had one centered right here. So one across from the other. And then the other one was here, centered next to it. But because this room was the storage room that I had shown you the screenshots of, with the circular storage room with the circular staircase going up, because I had not realized about hiding all of the upgrade pieces, every time I started adding stuff or expanding, like I go to the swamp and then I learn a bunch of new recipes. Now I've got to make these new things. So it's like, crap, I've got no space. So I expanded and built a half a circle add-on and built, you know, a half or a quarter circle, and then would have a half a circle off of a circle and then another half of a circle off of a circle, and was like trying to expand like that. And it was working. It was interesting, but it was also chaotic because I had all of my portals on the second floor of this circle. So I would portal, and then I would come jump off, land on the roof, drop down, go over here, walk this way, and get into my storage room here, and then put stuff away in the storage. And then I'd run over here to do my smelting, and it's just like, it was a lot of stuff to have to deal with, all of the runaround and everything. So when I was moving, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna build one room to do everything in, and then everything else I'll build cosmetic around it, the stuff that seems interesting or fun. Yeah, I played a lot of Minecraft, so I am familiar with that addiction. played a lot of Minecraft for a lot of years. So yeah, so I built everything necessary down here. I hid everything that I could hide. The bellows I couldn't figure out a way to hide, so I just did what I could. Some stuff, like the kiln, right? I don't need a kiln because I've got a Grey Dwarf farm and an obliterator. And, where is it? There. This is the Grey Dwarf farm. So if I spend an hour AFK at the Grey Dwarf farm, which I think I accidentally left a bunch of material not cleaned up already. So if I spend an hour here, I will get about 5 stacks of stone, 5 to 7 stacks of wood, and then a ton of resin and all of the other stuff, the trophies and whatever. So I'll get all those knickknacks. And then I take everything to the obliterator, drop it in, and then obliterate. And then I end up with boxes and boxes of coal. So now I never need to bother using a kiln. I have an infinite supply of wood and stone. I did a video about this build not too long ago. So if you look for the Tinker86 on YouTube, you should see a video all about this build. But it's like a modified version of somebody else's design. Takes a little bit of bronze to do the hanging browsers. And then raised terrain, as well as a pit surrounding the entire thing. And so far, not a single monster has made it into this base while I'm AFK. There has been a number of raids that have occurred, as you can see from the charred skeletons out there, and goblins, charred skeletons pushing up against me. The spikes I put up in case of wraiths. If I got a wraith spawn, then my hope was that the spikes would take care of the wraiths. Don't know. I haven't had that happen recently. This character, the one that I actually play with, he doesn't AFK here. He comes here to pick up the material, put it in boxes, transport it back home. I have a level 1 nothing character that on the server you can change a setting to where raids are based on the individual player. So players only get raided by the content that they've cleared, that their associated raids are. So my buddies and I, we have been out of sync on, what bosses we killed when, up until literally the Queen was the first time we were really, really on the same page for killing something in the Mistlands. So, once we killed the Queen, I guess once before then, I made sure that setting was in place. So I use a character that has gained nothing. Like he's killed nothing, he's leveled nothing, he's got nothing going for him in terms of progression. So he's the one that sits AFK at the Grey Dwarf nest farm to let the stuff happen. Now, I don't know if it was before I changed the setting or what, but I definitely have had the charred, the dead or rising or whatever it's called, where the tombstones from the charred pop up. I've definitely had that happen to this little level 1 dude. But that's it. I haven't had him, I haven't gotten any bugs you know, from Mistlands showing up. I haven't had any of that, so that's good. So that's been safe, and I get all the stone and wood I want without having to risk myself or my building or anything like that. But I had a lot of death to figure that out. I think I might want to raise that dirt back up a little bit. Should be almost to opening over here. I am gonna have to go soon and cook the dinner. Oh! I hit my park. My little tiny tree in a park. I thought I was not that far. Damn. Okay, let me try this. Let me go from inside that hallway. Because my plan was to just make another boop in the wall right there. Wall sconce, you're gonna fall down. Oh, come on. Oh, that's, ooh. Damn. Damn. Can I get it any further? I guess if I went further here, this might be far enough to be past the little patch of grass with the tree. Yep. Okay, cool. We'll do that. This will give me a way to leave the basement and be right near the front gate if I want to, you know, continue working on stuff in that direction. So I'll have to put in proper walkway there. I will need to plant some seeds there. And then let me fix this. I'm glad that the tree didn't just like give up on living after I took the ground out from under it. Fine, I don't want to be a tree anymore. Plunk. Let me grab some stone from down here, I guess. And also, let me grab the... okay, so I'm gonna fix this. I didn't mean to eat a honey, damn it. There we go. Okay, so this one also, I want the terrain back up underneath this. Don't want the terrain dipping right there. The underneath the stone out here is not a big deal, but I don't want the area behind the trees to have like that obvious dip to them. Okay. So let's do this. Like that. And then we will raise this back up again. Yeah, that's all touching dirt now. Fine. Grab the stone. Okay. So I've got this one that leads to this back end. This one is, I just wanted to have a fire closer to my bed, and I definitely built that in the wrong spot because my bedroom, for where I get my rested buff, is here, and I wasn't getting a rested buff sitting in the chair, and I wanted to make sure that I could, but this fire out here was a smidgen too far, so I dug out that extra little space to be able to put a fire in and have it be hidden and not burn out. Alright, do I have more? I'm missing fine wood and leather scraps. That's okay. Go with black ground. Okay, so I think ashwood stairs, just because they stay skinny. Let me try this. I wanna make a flat space for the stairs to connect to. I wanna make sure that I can go in and out. Yeah, okay, and that won't be obvious. Let me put this here first, and we'll connect the stairs to that. Okay, grab some ashwood. Oh, want to make sure that I can walk up this. So one of the mods I have is this advanced terrain tool. It's letting me fine-tune raising the dirt here so that I have more control over the precision at which the dirt is, so that I can get that like nice clean walking ledge instead of, you know how when you're heavy and sometimes there's a small ledge that you can't get up and it's like, fuck you, why would you do this to me? Why are you acting like this? Let's drop a stack of wood and get a little bit of ashwood. I don't think I need the copper on me. I don't need the coal. Get rid of half of the regular wood. Oh. Fine wood, leather scraps. I had somewhere. I mean, I know I just brought back a ton of leather scraps, but I thought I had tossed some down amongst my mess of things. Ah, see that ivy starting to grow in front of the window like I want. This one, I really want it to grow more to the side, so hopefully it does. Otherwise, I might have to pop out some more, or bring up some more dirt and plant another piece of ivy and maybe knock off the roof temporarily. Okay. So this one, we're gonna... There we go. Building Ashwood. Oh, I'm one stone short. Give me one stone. Yeah, one stone. Perfect. Okay. So now let's... We gotta get rid of this so that the ivy... Ivy, I don't know if you've messed with ivy much. While it looks amazing and does some really cool stuff, it's also kind of a bitch. I've had ivy latch on to weird shit. I had ivy latch on to potions that I had on display nearby. It was just like, yeah, I'm gonna have that. Alright, so we plant the ivy there. Hopefully it grows straight up and does what we want it to. And plant another one on this side. But again, I want the ivy to do what I want. Therefore, I'm removing these two pieces of stone for now. Because once the ivy picks a direction to go against, it'll grow wide and be fine with it. But if it decided to turn and latch onto the stairs, it's just like, that's it. That's all it's going to do. I wish I could choose the grass color. I mean, I know it's the plains, but I wish I could manipulate the grass and have it be the nice green stuff. Plant a few more trees over here, I think, because I don't think I'm going to do anything else with this space over here. I made it nice enough that I can get my locks out. But not too crazy. And then I have to figure out decorating the wall more, and at least the gate. Of course, I'll probably later on have to figure out some other pathing to get down from over here, because my intention is to... Really? You're going to hit my wall? What do you think you're going to do? What are you going to accomplish? I hit him for 600. He got obliterated. But my goal, of course, is to take over this bay with that nice stone path along the edge, and then have that lead into like a smaller village type area where I'll have maybe like a dude that sells fish, like a whole market along the edge of the coast kind of thing, you know, put in another blacksmith shop, a bakery, a tavern, you know, like specifically a tavern, probably some kind of a apothecary type build again, something in that nature. Put in, you know, just like one of everything you might expect in a medieval fantasy type environment. Let me show you real quick what my plan was for this. So if I go like this, and let's just use my sword as an example. It looks like eating it, right? And then once I put a forge in over here, it'll look like you caught the blacksmith you know, in the midst of working. So I'll have to grab one of the extra swords to put in there for that. And then stuff on the counters, weapons. I'll probably end up having to make some stuff for it. Got tons of copper and iron right now, and quite a bit of black metal, so I might use some of that stuff. Hasn't latched on, but it's healthy, so that's good. Oh, maybe, and I would have to get rid of that building. But I could do a sky bridge once I... That would be a cool look. I don't know the extent of how much weight I can put on the iron posts, you know, iron wood posts, right? These ones. What wood iron poles? So the wood iron poles can go so far, right? But it'd be cool if I could have like a large arched walkway across a big gap. But I don't know how far I can reach. And that's also one of those things where, like, when you're building, you have to put in temporary supports until you have the pieces connecting both sides completed. And then from there, you can, you know, do whatever else. And then I came up with this for the lighting here, these walkway torch design things. So essentially, this is, imagine where the center of a square is, or if you can't imagine, you can put these first. Oh, let's flatten the dirt to get rid of the grass temporarily. Okay, so find the center of this, much easier. Put in a torch. And now, go to the Grosstein, a small block, put in 3 of them. And then close this ashwood block. And now you have a torch that is producing light. The flame is barely visible, and you don't see the original torch. Granted, I don't know that if you can't refill this, so if you aren't using Eternal Flame mod of some kind to keep torches running, then you might just be setting yourself up for failure on this. So, you know, caution with that, but I'm not sure if I want the torches completely off the path, or if I think I like them partially on the path, so I think I'm gonna fix this one to match the others. Heavy block. And then ashwood. Boop, shoo, boop. And then close it off. Yeah, so I need to do a bunch more of those eventually to get rid of all the regular torches. Except over here, I think regular torches for these, you know, boat workers to be working by makes sense. I will probably get that mod, but I have to check. I think it's server required, so I will have to let my friends know about it because they are going to be joining the server, and it won't let them if the mods aren't the same. Hopefully this grows over the rest of the way. Hopefully that grows over the rest of the way, and if it does, then I can knock that out and I can do another set of stairs down within the confines of what I'll end up putting together is just a roof sloped off of this. Make it appear as though it's part of this building when in reality it's not going to be anything. Although, if the stairs come off the edge, I could make it just like a covered stall. I could actually make it a covered stall and put like fish and fishing poles. Granted, we're not terribly close to the water over here, but you know, people have fishing places or places to buy fishing material and all sorts of places. But yeah, I think this is good for now. Oh, you know what? I do need to put in at some point sconces on the front of this so that I can get some light on the front without having, because like I try sometimes walking around without my headlamp to see if the lighting is good or not, and this is just way too dark out here. You can't even read the sign at night. I think these are well enough lit. I might get rid of this one just because it feels crowded, but I will want to put them on the sides of the stairs going up. And it's 5 o'clock. So I am going to be having to hop off and go make dinner. Oh, I can't see. I did not realize it was 4 of them. Holy shit. Boom. Got him. Black metal. I'm going to be heavy. You know, this is why I wanted access to the underground up here further so that I can get underground easier when I'm doing stuff. Let me drop this stack of wood to be lighter. Oh yay, look at that, ivy's already grown. Look at that. That is so covered. That's so great. Let me see if I can plop. Can I get the other one? Yeah, plop. Yeah. Nice and hidden. That's great. Oh, and I made a jail cell. There's a skull on the ground and some bone legs sticking out from underneath. Alright, so I'll have to put another banner here and probably put a wall sconce here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be it for now. I have been on literally all day. Well, I mean, I guess basically since I got up and then I made lunch and then got on here and haven't stopped. So I need to, even though I don't want to, because I have so many more ideas. Let me empty my inventory. The downside of getting to play for 6 hours is that now I've got 6 hours of video to cut through at some point. Okay. For you to go through your inventory, or yeah, I get you. I have been, well, realistically, I've been stay-at-home dad for 12 years after the military. That's basically been my go-to, but I did spend the majority of the last 10 years working for myself doing IT work. As much as as much as my body would let me, and it, was decent money for a while, so it was well worth it. But yeah, it was exhausting. It was a lot. Regular days are already a lot, so when I was working a lot and also doing the kid stuff every day, it was quite a bit to deal with at any given point. I think I wasn't streaming at that point. I had stopped streaming when I started working because it was too much to try and do streaming stuff and also, play, just because sometimes streaming is a lot of energy to just put yourself out there. It's a different kind of tired than, being on your feet all day or something. But still a kind of tired. Alright. You know what? Actually, I'm going to sleep to daytime and take a recording of the flyby before I hop off for making the day. Reed, I responded to you. What's the point in you Discording me if you're not going to read? My kid's asking to play Subnautica. I don't think Subnautica 2 is co-op. It is co-op? Okay, because I'm pretty sure Subnautica 1 was not. Yeah, that's neat. Subnautica 2. My kid wants Subnautica. I'm guessing your friends got it. Okay, you have money? Okie dokie. You want me to send you the money so you can buy it, or you want me to send you the game? Sure. I think it was a gift card, right? Digital Steam gift card. Oh, you know what? I can make my camera thing do what I want it to do. This. That go away. Let's do boat area, and I'm gonna record it. I never did Subnautica. One of those, like, I had always intended to, but it was also terrifying looking. So, there was concerns with it being terrifying. And I wish they would just let the gift card be a number I choose rather than preset numbers. Alright, and then I'm gonna load the base-wide flyby on that. Yeah, I imagine that it was pretty terrifying. Oh, why is the mist loaded over there? Oh, it's just fog. Okay. There it goes. Yeah, I saw some clips of it here and there. It was definitely not a great thing to look at for some of the big creatures and the dark depths with stuff popping up out of nowhere. It wouldn't let me choose 30 to send to you by itself, so I had to send 5, and so you should both, and then you can get it. Oh. Yeah, I've got a list of like single player games that I have thought about getting back to go do, but I just haven't. And I might, but I'm not like hard set on doing it. I don't know. Like, it'd be cool to play through some of this stuff. Like Dragon Age, I did one of them. I don't know which one. Dragon Age 1 or 2 on Xbox. Would have been 2010-ish. It was a newer Dragon Age at the time, so whatever one came out around then, I guess. But I don't know that they're the thing that hold up well over that time, you know? Like, does the game play well? Skyrim, I never played through capacity or like through to the end of it. I put a bunch of hours in the exploring and running around, 200 hours or something, and doing random dungeons and stuff, killing dragons. But I don't remember beating the game. I don't know that I progressed a lot of quests as much as I just went places and did things. But I think with Skyrim, a lot of what I had going against me was that feeling of like, oh my god, there's so many things to do, I don't even know where to start. So I just kind of like didn't do anything, and I just adventured. You know, I just went around and did stuff. Killing the dragons was a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't really remember too much of Skyrim. I definitely did not. Get back here, Death Skeeto. I will stab you. Oh. Ah! Come on. There you go. Oh, I think I just broke some of my ivy. These potions belong downstairs. That's fine. Need to clean all this up because this is a bunch of like stuff that I brought up when I was working on construction here. Yeah. That's funny. This might not grow the way I want it to. I might have to... Let me try... If I do that, maybe that'll force it to grow again. Alright. I gotta be done. I gotta hop off and go cook dinner for everybody. Ontario Oso, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, and if you want to see what a lot of this looked like before, I do have some videos on YouTube, some shorts, some longer stuff, and then I'll be posting more. Hey, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Hopefully I see you again. I have time during the day finally, now that all of my kids are in school. So I'm trying to do like 8 in the morning till early afternoon during some weekdays, and then weekends will be as long as we're not busy, but 3 kids, so it's a toss-up. And then some evenings, depending on whether I'm binging a show with my wife or not. The last 2 or 3 nights we spent binging off campus. Where I know I have more pottery pieces. I think I'll put the pottery in here. In here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hope to see you again too. Right, I'm gonna go put my character in my bedroom and log off and go make dinner. Pork tenderloin. Grilled. Alright, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. If anybody else is still around on YouTube, thanks for hanging out. And I will see you guys next time.